Oh, there we go. Howdy, howdy. Hope everybody's doing well today. It is Tuesday in the shop, and we're going to be working on more of the diamond painting things we were working on before. In case you needed a refresh, this is what they look like. They have the red and white, and it's got the glitter in there as well with some hearts. And we're going for a peppermint theme on this one. So Peppermint Hearts is what we're going for. Hope everybody made it through that Monday. You know, sometimes kicking off the week is the hardest thing to do, but you know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it together. We're going to make it. Make it. So just another little thing that we worked on yesterday was I stopped and actually did a Juma blank that was pretty cool. So we started with this, well, a block like this rather, a little bright. Let's see. There we go. So you can kind of see the cool effect. It's got like the scales on it and stuff. It's called the Green Mamba, and I turned it into one of our pens here, and it ended up looking so cool. And you know, despite what your eyes may tell you, it's quite smooth actually. So that's pretty cool. Um, so if you haven't worked with Juma before on the lathe, I highly suggest it. It's a great material to work with. It's a little bit harder than something like Alumilite, but it turns great, and it it sands well too because of how hard it is. And then a couple days ago, I actually made a snowman, so that was a fun little project. So I'm not sure what we're going to end up doing today. I got a couple that I might interrupt the turning to do, but I haven't quite determined which one it's going to be. So I reckon without further ado, let's make sure this camera is focused over there, and we'll get to turning because I got work to do. And y'all are welcome to hang out for the ride. All right. Looking good, looking good. All right. Let me switch this over to this one, I mean. And then there we go. Sorry, because I set it up a little differently here as a scheduled stream, I um, there we go. There we go. So every time I do this, I got to get the chat and then put it into the OBS system. So I apologize for that. That is something that I haven't had to experience yet. But there we go. All right, Sean, good to see you. Kevin, good to see you. Now we can see everything. Sorry. How we looking? Are we looking? Got to change. Too far over. Got to come over here. Sweet. All right. Well, what's everybody doing today? What is everybody doing today? Get Morty turned on right quick. And you know, for my other crew got these blanks as well. So these blanks will be for the fountain pen, but that'll be probably Thursday. Yeah, probably Thursday. is awesome. Oh, getting ready for the weekend market. Nice. You gonna be a vendor? Trying to stay warm and yeah, cool. I appreciate it. Looking forward to them. They will look hopefully pretty cool. The way that we're going to do those is a little bit different too. The cap in the section is going to be red, and the body of the thing is going to be the red and white. So, you have a craft fair? Yeah, look at y'all. I'm making me look bad. Goodness. I might have to start trying to keep up with y'all. Y'all out there getting it. So what kind of craft fair you got, Sean? You did some honeycomb daubers and working on a bolt action kit? Good deal, good deal. How many are you taking to market? Normal weekend? I thought you said you got a weekend market. I guess I assumed that you were talking about like a craft fair and you're going to be putting some stuff out. Not bad. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. It's frustrating. Go away, people. You know, I got friends that I'm hanging out with. Goodness gracious. I'm trying to answer those spam calls. $50 bowls and plates, 46 pins. Good deal. Do you have a way that you organize them, or we just, organize the inventory? Oh, never mind. It's Sean. You got all kinds of stuff like that. Let's see. So, the laser that I got, the X-Tool F1, that one's pretty good, and a lot of people have been taking those to markets. And it's fast. It's a fast little laser too. But yeah, the F1 Ultra wasn't out when I got it. That would have been pretty cool to get. Yeah, they're pretty cool. We only really use it to laser our nibs right now. I was trying out cutting some acrylic. The F1 will cut acrylic, but it's got to be a dark color. So I was cutting black. I tried to cut clear, but the laser wasn't getting any. Wasn't getting it. So. Mm, mm, mm. You can't make the clips on them. It's not that strong. If you meant like cut them out, won't work. It also doesn't laser super well on metal, so that's one of the other bummers about the regular F1. But if you got the F1 Ultra, that one is a better one for that. So kind of a bummer, but also not that big a deal at the same time. I think they're quite a bit more expensive too, but they're pretty convenient. So there's a lot of pros and cons, I'd say, of it. But probably more pros if you had the use cases for it. Kits are expensive, like pen kits. That's a bummer. That's not cool. Yeah, that's a bummer. I have quite a few kits that I have. I think I have about 20 or 30 of the EDC over there. EDC vertical point. Yeah, I think that's about how much they were too. Um, I mean, you know, good kits though. Good kits though. They're good, pretty good price. Those look cool. I was looking around on one of the pin groups this morning on Facebook, and somebody had talked about high-speed steel versus carbide, and you know, I'm always like, here we go. Always got something. Always got something. So one of the things was like, carbide only belongs on metal. It's like, well, I don't know, because you can use high-speed steel on metal, so it just kind of goes back and forth, I say. I think there's just different use cases. Different use cases. It's funny that some people get so passionate about it. Still not 17 weeks. That's crazy. Let's see. That is my phone. Hey, there we go. I think I'm doing a 21 here. Easy reply if you want to do traditional turning, also get rid of your electricity. Yeah, man. That's a pretty good one too. It's a pretty good one. I've seen the tree stand ones, but they still, you know, you're using steel. Pretty funny. No, I've kind of wondered about that. How handmade does something have to be for it to be, you know, like, does it have to be like 80%? Then what is actually considered handmade? Like I'm using my hands and doing this, but I'm also using tools, you know? So where is it? A lot of people say it, they don't really have an answer that's like all encompassing. So that's always a interesting perspective, I say. Did I ask you already if you casted that Operex? Because I was just going through the that Operex video this morning, and I was editing it. And it's like a 3.5 hour stream where I made those pins. But man, uh, it was a lot of accumulating noodles. Just wondering if you ever casted that. What state am I in? Uh, Not quite euphoria, but happiness. Which is good. I'm in North Carolina. Let's see. Is it Tommy? Yeah. Yeah. The crazy thing about the time of year with Christmas is, you know, a lot of businesses have these big budgets for advertising, and if they've been pretty thrifty throughout the year, they're they end up with a pretty large budget towards the end of the year. In order to maximize like the the write offable amount, they are going to advertise a lot more. So it's one of those kind of crazy things that when you see a lot of advertising towards the end of the year, that's because they're trying to spend the money, their excess money, so it counts as like a business expense getting taxed in a smaller bracket or a different bracket. But I can't give you financial advice. So it's just if you notice that, that's probably why. Oh, right on. How you doing, Tommy? Are you a turner? It does. The door, the insulation on the door does absolutely. It also helps keep it cool. So it's actually a twofer, but it's pretty thin. I think it's only about a quarter inch or yeah, about a quarter inch or so. But also, it's not too cold here this morning or today, rather. I do have a heater behind me, but it's not on right now. I think the workshop, I can tell you, put a gauge on here. 60, it's 60 degrees in here. But yeah, I have a 30,000 BTU heater behind me. I just changed that from the, I used to have a 10,000 BTU propane heater. So quite an upgrade, I'd say. Yeah, a little colder there. Right on. You out in the shop though? Okay. Guess we're good. Yeah, we're good to go. Oh, getting into pin turning. Well, you're in the right place. You're at the right place. What kind of pins do you want to make? I usually make bespoke kitless pins. People call them kitless, but bespoke pins. Um, but this is my primary job here. I actually turn for my job and my hobby. So streaming is just, an added bonus, like hanging out with some friends while you work. You'll be getting in the shop later today. Right on. Yeah, I guess, what stage are you at? Like, do you have a lathe? Are you just trying to get everything together or what? Mm-mm-mm. It could be pretty overwhelming when you just start getting into something, um, because you'll see a lot of people talk about a lot of different things, and um, it's it's kind of frustrating on one side, but it's also like you don't really know what you don't know, so it's hard to know what to look for and to learn about and what direction to go or whatever. So having somebody there that can answer like specific questions like that is pretty convenient. And I also think, you know, I like the streaming element of it because if I was to start all over again, I would hope that there was somebody that I could watch that would stream. That way I could actually ask them questions in real time, because that's just how I am. I kind of observe things and then wonder why some things are done that way. And then I can just ask that person at that point. So I guess that's kind of one of my goals for the streaming, is to be able to share that with y'all. So we're at 59 degrees in here. Then this is an atmospheric monitor as well. So you don't necessarily need this one. I don't think you can actually get it anymore, but an atmospheric monitor is another one of those tools that kind of took us a while to get to the point where we're like, you know what, we're going to get an atmosphere monitor. Oh, right on. Have a lathe and made several kit pins, learn bespoke. Right on. Well, cool. There's a good amount of resources out there. And I appreciate you checking out the resource that I provide or offered. Hey, I appreciate you, Sean. And I didn't pay him, so he's saying that on his own. He's seen me make a few. What are we on? Yeah. So I'll probably end up making some bespoke pins. Probably Thursday. Probably when I'll get back into those. Because I got to do the main job first, and then move from there. So this is what I do full time. So. So what kind of setup have you got right now as far as the taps and dies? Do you have a metal lathe? All those types of things. I really thought there was going to be a group buy with the IAP website, the International Association of Pin Turners. Okay, so these haven't been hard to turn. They haven't exactly been the most fun to turn. I'm not quite sure why. So this can happen. This happens sometimes. I guess you can't see it, but there's some chip out here, and the reason that happened is because my tool is really sharp. So I like to get it a little bit more dull first. Usually, when I change the tip, it's too sharp. Cuts real small. And slow. Ooh. This one is not going how I actually really. Oh, Kevin, you finished getting set up? The middle lathe, you do have 10, 13, 14. So that's right on. Right on. Are they, well, yeah, probably triple start, huh? 14 is actually one of the ones that I do not. I have for triple start, I have 11, 12, 13, and 15. These are my triple starts that I got. Do you know what type of nib that you want to use? Are you going to be doing ball points or roller balls? Quite a bit ball points. I've got some of my messes that didn't work out. A couple different drawers. This is actually one of the prototype that I probably should have continued working on. I broke the heck out of it, but it's just a friction cool cap. If you're doing fountain pens, the design kind of has to be a little bit different. Because you don't want those to potentially eat. That's why it's pretty important to thread them. Laptop kind of set up. Find your gaming mouse. Oh goodness, man! We just got another TV from the in-laws. They were getting a new TV for Christmas, and they're like, "Hey, do you want another TV?" We've had our TV 15 plus years. Um, we have we had like a 51-inch plasma, and like 15 years ago, that was good stuff. And we just didn't change it because it wasn't broken. Joe on number 6, good choice, good choice. Probably a little biased, so. But Bach is also another common one people use, or makers use rather. Anyway, the reason I said that is because I'd give that TV to you. It's just sitting in the living room. We hadn't quite figured out what we're going to do with it yet. obviously not going to try to sell it. You get a brand new TV, it's like the same size for $100, $150, something crazy like that. Oh, now. An 85, good grief. Man, that's crazy. That's a big TV. It must be fun to watch. How far back you got to sit from that thing? Oh, cool. You know, that projector thing might be pretty cool. You know, if I had like a cover here and had a projector, you could have like the chat over there, you know, as far as you want. No big deal. I'm actually upstairs and it's in the living room downstairs. Yeah, Jowo number 6 is probably the most common one. A couple years ago, there was a little issue with the Jowo housing, where some of the housing was cracked, and then another issue earlier than that, I think, was with the feeds. The feed had some issue, and it was a part of the casting element of it. However, they have resolved those things. And if you do encounter a cracked Jowo nib or housing or something like that, then it's a good chance that that is a older one that hasn't been pulled out of circulation quite yet. Anyway, probably more information that you wanted, but it's a good size, and you'll hit a larger target if you intend on selling them for the Jowo 6. Yeah, yeah, just a white sheet. I was actually thinking about getting a flag, putting it there. I was gonna put a flag there, but I haven't done that yet. And, you know, it's getting close to Christmas, so you can't really go shopping for yourself around Christmas time. I suppose you could, but you might end up doubling up something that you didn't intend to do. Yeah, a little overboard sometimes. Uh, when I give information, I sometimes over deliver. So I guess there's that. What made you want to get into bespoke pins? Obviously, you don't have to answer. I like them because it's a lot of problems that you have to solve. And if one thing doesn't go right, that could affect like the whole thing. So I also appreciate that aspect of it. Um, so everybody's got a plan. You get punched in the face with a barrel crack, or the cat cracks. Ah, Kevin, is this some foreshadowing? Is this some foreshadowing for you? But that's clever. That's a clever one. Just saying it might happen again this year. Was she on board or totally against it? Let's see. Um, yeah. Yeah, I hear on that one, Tommy, man. That's a good point. Like, I guess my initial thought when I was starting up my stream in the first place, the very beginning, it was I want to share my knowledge about uh, my accumulated knowledge so far about pin making, and then obviously I want to continue to grow and learn more about pin making. Um, but my my intent was never to like teach people how to make the pins the way that I do. Like I could give you the measurements, everything that I do already, but that's not really a bespoke pin at that point. You know what I mean? It becomes you're making a pin that I made. And so there are obviously a lot of things that are going to be similar, but um, when it comes to that, I think it's interesting to try and figure it out, and then when you have to spend time on things like that, here's a good example. I bought the M15 cap and die because one of the numbers that's significant in my life is 15. I don't know why. I do, but I'm not going to share why. But it is a number that is common in my life, and it's one of those things where, like, you know what? I want to make a pin around that, and then you just get the other measurements of the components that you're going to put it together with, and then you can kind of determine the shape profile, the limitations that you have, and pushing to the limits, and all those kinds of things. Yeah, I really like your answer. It's a good freedom answer. Oh yeah, no, I don't mean like that. Like a pen is it's a pen. You know, it's only so much you can do. But um, I guess one of the other big differentiators is blanks that you use too. Um, so I guess to bring that full circle here, we'll bring it back. I started streaming because I wanted people to be able to learn how to turn bespoke pins or kitless pins, and I wanted them to be able to think about how they can accomplish it. Not so much of this measurement is this measurement is this. Um, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with rote learning, but some people, they are rote learners, and they learn like step by step or whatever it is, and they don't have much flexibility because they don't really know what or how to do variations that they might not have learned. So it's like keep working through the problem kind of direction that I want to share and spread, I guess. So that was a long little ramble right there, but it's not so much the instructions, but more so like a way of thinking about how you're approaching it. Because on the other hand, you talk about the other thing that you mentioned, like freedom. So it's kind of crazy sometimes because when you have freedom, you're like, what do I do? I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but that's a pretty weird one to have. And if you don't know what you're doing or don't know how to even like begin, it's one of those things. It's weird. It's kind of weird. Yeah, the challenge. It is a challenge. And the other fun thing about it too is each material is a different challenge. Like even different woods is a different challenge. Speaking of which, I don't know if you've heard some of my other streams, but I do have a upcoming series that I'll be working on, and that'll be wood. It'll be wood specific stuff. Well, and ebonite. And, oh. But yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. You gotta kind of see what other people have done in the past, and each thing is like an iteration upon the last one, whether it's you doing or somebody else doing it. Um, you can make iterations on your own stuff and from other people's stuff, and yeah, it's one of those things. I found my other example, Kevin, of the clip that I had mentioned before. Um, well, I found the pin. I don't have the clip that goes with it, of course. But anyway, here we are. Got. Let's do this. So I got this little guy. Well, maybe this will help. Okay, too many threads on that, but see the top where you use just kind of like a Dremel to make it so you can have that little space for the clip, and then the recess around the outside. And this one in particular, I was trying something different and kind of cracked the crap out of it. But and then this, I don't like the size of it. It's not the right size, and it's got too many threads. So both of those things. And then this is actually this is a modification that I put into this pin to where you can use a drill log. You can take the section out and put the standard section out, and then you put this one in. Then you can use a drill log nib holder or nib, and that is the nib holder. Yeah, I got a little cutout. But see, people see things like that, and then they're like, you know what? That's a good idea. Take it, run with it, do it. No, just take it, do it. Are you trying to work on wood and ebonite? Nice. Have you tried threading wood yet? It doesn't like it. What number is this? Okay. Come on back. There we go. You like that view or the other view? The mini me or big me? I'll leave it at big me for now until I might not get any response. I felt that too. Yeah, we just placed my wife and I, we work together in this. We ordered some ebonite and it finally shipped. So I got to start. We're gonna finish because I've already started with my design and all that stuff. Design approach, the progression that it's going to have. There are kinks that I still have to iron out. Gross. You'd be curious to see my approach. What my approach to what? How I turn them or you know, when I first started out, one of the weirdest things, even after I'd already made and sold quite a few at that point, they had quite a few people using my writing instrument. It was always weird for me because I was like, do they like it? Did I do all right? Is it good? It sucked because I hadn't seen other people's really. Um, like you're just looking at a pen, you're just trying to recreate um, the elements in a different way, like the barrel, the cap, the section, the fit and finish of everything, and trying to make it so all your tools are matching up to do all those things. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, threading wood isn't a good idea, and that's partially because it can get if the wood gets wet, it's going to swell. Um, so that's a one potential problem. Um, so some people are like, well, just use stabilized wood. Well, stabilized wood can also take on liquid, so it just takes a little bit longer, I would say. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be making ebonite sleeves. And I think, yeah, I did the prototype on stream. It was an M15 gap to barrel, and it has, it has the M11 section to barrel, and then it's about a half an inch. So I'm going to need to drill about a half an inch into the wood, or half inch diameter into the wood in order to facilitate that. My approach to threading and gluing ebonite to the wood. Yeah. I'll be honest, I haven't done it, so it'll be a learning experience for me as well. So I have sleeved before. And ebonite is really nice to turn. Well, you got your nose plugged, but it turns really nice. Yeah. I suspect that'll happen beginning in January, probably, when I'll have everything all rounded up and ready to go. But ebonite also threads really nice. It's just a very nice material to work with. A lot of people like the way it feels in their hands. Oh. This is one of those rods from a person on Instagram that makes the ebonite rod himself. So I'm probably going to sit on that one for a little while and think about what I'm going to do with it. It was that might have been my the most expensive blank I have purchased. If you factor in shipping as well, and you think about the outcome, what you get out of it. I think that's the most expensive blank I've done. And I don't say that to brag. I say that because that's why I'm not touching it. I'm going to plan. I'm going to think about it for a bit because I don't want to mess it up. I want to make sure that, we'll do something right with it. Or I'm going to do my best. I have a plan to deviate from it. But yeah, that stuff's way cool. From my understanding, the way that he does it is he gets like a lot of different colors, and then he makes that pattern, and he presses them into a box. It's not like you know how they make Damascus, like a container like that can be heated up. So I think that is how he's doing it. But it's not my cup of tea. So glad somebody else wants to do it. And it's really cool. There was actually a wait list for it. If you reach out to him, might let you know that he puts you down on the wait list or something. You're like, hey, just got this one finished up. So. Pretty neat. Yeah. It's hot. I don't like. Yeah. I think I'll leave that for Abby to sand out. And Abby is actually inside cutting up some papers. So if you don't know, we use wet dry sandpaper because we turn Illumilite all the time. And we used to use micro mesh, and micro mesh is pretty good. But at the rate we were going through it, it was very expensive. So it was not going to be a sustainable solution. And we just buy them in big sheets now, and she cuts them with a like a big paper cutter kind of thing. Oh. Like, a part of me wants to use that material to like for a couple different projects, and then there's another part of me that's like, you know what? That'd be cool to make the whole darn thing out of that. So I only have one right now. So it's one of those things. I don't know what I'm going to do with you quite yet. You know what else was a game changer for my turning the carbide is when I finally just started practicing slightly tilted when I'm turning. It was a game changer. How you doing, Tom? And am I using Mandel Saber and bushings? I am not. This is just a turn between center bushings. Dang. But I also think we talked about it before about um, this is the good old mandrel saber. I love this thing for when I make kit pins. I also, if you've seen my scraps video of the ends cut off, the cut off ends, I use that as well. You can use a 1/4-inch drill bit, and you can make PVC beads. So you do like a 1/4-inch hole, and then you make about half an inch. Then you can do like whatever design you want, and then you wrap some, like, I think it's about 12 inches of 550 cord per if you're going to do like a fancy knot. But yeah, you can do that, and then those make pretty good back to school gifts. The kids can put like on their zipper, in backpacks and stuff. So I do use the Mandel Saber, just Yeah. You went and bought the 7mm adapter? Nice. Yeah. I like those. They're pretty nice. Um, you saw me do it. Use it with the metal lathe. But yeah, the 7mm adapter is the most common one. And you know what? Probably just show that right quick. For anybody that hasn't seen them before, let me do that right quick. Not that. So TBC bushings, you can get them made specifically for the kit, or you can get an adapter. And the kit has a specific size. The kit has a specific size. So this is to the kit. This is a Duraclick EDC pin bushing. And then here's the 7mm turn between center bushing. So this would go on a mandrel saver. This just goes in the dead center and live center. But you just connect them. And so now it makes it so this particular one can be turned between centers, just like instead of using a mandrel saver. So now you've seen it, and that's how it works. And they're awesome. I find that my mandrel saver vibrates towards my live center side. So Tom, I don't think I asked you if you're still here. um, I don't think I asked you if you already turned or not. Do I have for that one? What do you answer? I'll just leave it. Kevin, are you talking about Brian Nikitas? Yeah. Tom, hey, don't worry about that, man. That's why I'm here. I am here for you to ask. If I can help you get one step closer to your goal, hell yeah. But yeah, Brian Nikitas at TBC Bushing is I've talked to him and got his phone number too. But he works. He does a lot of CNC milling type of stuff. So he actually makes those. He's not like sourcing them or something. course, too, yeah, several kit pin, ring, batons, nice. Mine too, man. I mean, y'all just being here is, you know, that's all I want. That's all I want. So I am maximizing my time. And if I can create value for you and then save you time on whatever project it is, well then, look at that. A little bit of watching here can save you hours on something like that. I haven't turned a baton. Good. Well, then I guess I can turn the switch off now. Everybody's accomplished, getting stuff done, having stuff made, learning how to do it. Good. Call that a good day. What was the hose for? Oh, I get that question a lot. It's funny. I can't believe you don't know still, but I use it just to hold my bushings, actually. Let me see. I got another set of bushings around here somewhere. But anyway, I use it to hold my my bushings. So I put the bushings on the inside, and it keeps them. Like, I've lost bushings before, and so if I attach them to something much larger, one, it makes it easier to pull out, and two, it makes it so I don't lose them, because it's very unlikely this is going to go somewhere, or fall off somewhere. I'll misplace this all the time, but it's not just going to fall off and I'm going to lose it. But yeah, and it actually wasn't me that was losing them. It wasn't me that was losing them. It was somebody else. But you know, yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you after. But yeah, I just put them in the ends like that, and we just buy a kind of a big wheel of it. Like, we just buy a roll of it. It's like silicone tubing. Yeah. And then that's just how we keep track of them. Because we use them so much. Like, I have organizers down in my chest over here for my bushings. But it's not that good. So these are here's my little setup here with bushings. It's just like a little tackle box that I put them in, and then I just labeled on the top, you know, what they were. But yeah, got quite a few of the TBCs, and quite a few that Abby has sanded through. Not sanded all the way through, but so much so that they're borderline unusable. But but we have a good cycle going to where when she's ready for a new set, then I'll give her these, and then I will get a brand new set. Actually, I can show you this right quick. Let's see how old her bushings are. You see how they have that, like that right there? That's what they're supposed to look like. Supposed to be flat, but you can see these have been pretty well sanded. But yeah. And then we always put the bushings in here because they're not going to come out. And so you can hit it on stuff and then they're not going to fall out, right? But they'll always go under somewhere, it seems. So guess what? That was the solution for that. So has she always sanded and polished? No. No, she has not. Not always. Sorry. I need to relay these. Damn them loose. Let's see. So she always is sand and polish. Yes. Do more. Well, man. Um, let's see. I mean, I can tell you what Abby does, but that might not be her interest. If I were you, there we go. I guess that's a good way to approach it. If I were you, I would ask her to try all the different aspects of it and then find out what she enjoys to do most. So that's what I would do if I were you. If you want her to help, that's also if you want her to help. If you don't want her to help, then you're like, no, this is mine. Get away. I'm just kidding. You shouldn't do that. Let's see. Always go opposite direction from the sound. They make when they bounce. Yeah, man. Well, that's the thing is I got noise canceling headphones. I got the mic dialed in pretty good to where you can't hear my dust collection or my lathe very well. So it would be pretty loud if I took those filters off. So I wouldn't hear them. Kind of how you have been. Oh, come on. Your spouse is supposed to be your force multiplier. And I try to be my wife's force multiplier because, well, I'd say that she does some of the heavy lifting. She does the heavy lifting that I don't really want to do. And so I am grateful that she is the way that she is. It being different from the way that I am. So. But yeah. There have been people that looked at how Abby and I work together and they're like, oh man, that is awesome. I love it. But what you don't see is how we got to that point. So there is a learning curve, you know, as with learning with anybody, because there's a reason they say don't do business with your family. But I would say that it's possible that with a unified goal, then you can divide and conquer and accelerate your abilities faster than in a single, not a single, but like an individual could. So for example, I would be making pins and I just have like 1,000 pins or 10,000 pins. Be like, okay, well, okay, now get rid of them. So, but yeah. Yes, that's what I would do if I were in your position. I would probably, if he was interested in doing the different things, or try the different things, and then find out which one she enjoyed the most, and then let her immerse herself in. So that's my 2 cents. I guess the other thing I would say is we also, Abby used to come over to this lathe and work on my lathe. So I would turn something, and then she'd come over uh, and then sand and polish it. So that's where we were. We changed it up because obviously that's inefficient. So one of those things that you gotta do if you know money permits, time permits, interest permits. You know, there's a lot of say that there's a lot of checks that have to happen before uh, expanding too large. Um, it's a Here's an interesting thought exercise. Imagine you're working towards something, and whatever that something was, somebody could have just been like, all right, here's your end goal. Boom. Now you have it. Well, now what? So it's that's a good thought exercise that I do with my kids a lot too. Um, it's like it's not about the finish line as much as it is about the journey. So there are some things that I just really would prefer to already know, but some things it just doesn't work that way. Well, most things it doesn't work that way, but it just, if you had all the tools ever that you could possibly want, there's a good chance if you didn't have a direction, you would be overwhelmed and lost, and you wouldn't really know what to do. And that goes kind of back to the freedom thing. It's like if you have too much freedom, then it gets overwhelming. And the same thing applies for well, anything. Think about shopping for a lathe. Isn't it kind of overwhelming to shop for a lathe? Because there's all these different price points. There's all these different brands. All these different people have different things to say about the lathe. So it's pretty interesting to think about it in that way. It's like, well, if I could, I don't know. That's usually where I spend most of my time. And so to save my wife a little bit, that's why I started streaming. Now I have Kevin. It's been with me for a long time. All kinds of random thoughts. I guess another way that I've heard that concept presented was when I was watching an interview with Mr. Beast. You probably heard of Mr. Beast. This is Jimmy Donaldson, I think it is. And his thing is like YouTube. So this is his analogy, right? So he's like, YouTube won't let you be successful faster than you're ready for it. And that's kind of a head scratcher when you think about it. But if you were to do your first stream and there were 1 million people watching you think that would end up being a good stream? And, you know, for the majority of people, the answer is going to be no. You're going to be overwhelmed. You're going to be all hot. You're going to be red. You're going to be all worried about making mistakes. So it's really kind of interesting. He was born in North Carolina, so I think he still lives in North Carolina. But you like random thoughts? Yeah. Boom. I think I went on that tangent, missing my point a little bit, but sometimes I want to get everything that I would possibly want or need for the project that I'm doing, even though you don't need like hardly any of it. I'm gonna have to get the fan going. It's a little warm. All right. Good. Now it's going to blow these little noodles over there. Hmm. 22. Let's see. Try that out. Take this view for a test drive. Good plans today. As I'm ironing out my schedule, trying to iron out my other schedule as well. So, I'm getting there. It's going to have to be one of those things where I'll be in the workshop at this time, unless I get a really wild hair, then done in the shop at this point. So, something like that. It's, there is a lot of things to do together, but I guess WoW was one of the first things that was really fun together. Watch time, nice. Yeah, yeah, that one was looking good, man. It fits. You did say that you vented the cap, right? You put a vent hole in the cap. If you had that combo. Oh man, can't do that. People start doing things like that, then I feel like I got to do something as well. A vent, like a hole for the air to escape from the cap, and you screw it on. When I have made a roller ball with a threaded top, I went to close it, and what happened was there was pressure on the cap that when I closed it, threaded it onto the barrel, I think it depressed the ball with the air pressure, causing the ink to come out inside the cap. Oh man. I don't know if we're being, I don't know where we're going with this. But there is a vent, and it makes it so air can escape, but it's also, I'm pretty sure, a reptile thing. So, um, I didn't think of that. Oh, you would have. You would have. But did you encounter that type of problem? And if not, well, then there would have been no reason for you to figure that out. And it took me a while to figure that out too. And I was using a Visconti rollerball refill, and I designed a pin around it. And when I closed it, it was leaking the ink into the cap. You know, that's not going to be a pin that I'm going to send to anyone ever. Yeah, there's really a couple ways you could do it, but I think the most common that I've heard of or seen, this goes back to like old fountain pens. So not even roller balls, but they would put a hole in the side of the cap, and it was just a hole. Just there it is. And I still think about the ink leaking, but because the ball's still letting gravity work, it doesn't have the pressure pushing against it, so it didn't leak. I'm gonna need a whiteboard out here, I think, so I can write out some of these things. Because in my head it makes sense. I don't know if it's actually translating. Yeah. No, I don't want that to happen. It'd be a bummer. And it could have just been the pin that I made. So it might not apply forever, you know, or to everything. I mean. Yeah, that happens to me. I often don't put things together like that until later. I can think about them for a while. But also, if that is something that I'm trying to figure out, I will leave it in sight. That's one of the things that I do. If I'm trying to figure something out, and I get to a certain point, I'm like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I will put it somewhere where I can see it, and I know that that'll trigger my thought about it. I'm just thinking maybe over time I will encounter a potential solution in like day-to-day kind of stuff, and then it might just pop in, and I do what I do to remedy whatever that is. I told Abby about that technique. She hates it. Because if it's something that I really want to figure out, or something that I really want to address sooner than later, then I will put it in a place that's kind of inconvenient. because you'll make it so you have to deal with it or you have to do something with it. And this isn't just for like pin ideas, it's for all kinds of things. Just put it in the way so you can't just avoid it all the time. Or if you do try to, it's just staring right at you. It jogs your memory. Weird technique, I suppose, but works for me. How far are you with the rollerball? And was it the same one that you showed me last night? Ah, gotcha. Hmm. Oh yeah, I like the shape. Yeah, it's a cool shape. Little honey comb in the middle, and thank you. It is. It is one of the ones that's well, it is a good one. Yeah, I appreciate you saying so. Let me look in here right quick. Pop over here. I'm going to look in my drawer for a second. Hmm. Ah, no, not you. Is it you? Dang. I usually keep things that I can keep things like that I can learn from or share so somebody else can learn from it too. Where did it go? It's a bummer. Hmm. Let's see. No, not there. Oh, Abby's gonna be happy about this. I got a commission that I've got to get done. Ooh, she's gonna be happy about that too. Hmm. So, got a black opal. I have it somewhere. My goodness, I got everything somewhere. It's sad, but I give up for now. Yeah, you figured out your resin issue. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. That's that's a good probability there. Um, I think the ideal temperature to start is like 70 degrees or something like that, and that's ideal, right? So if you start different, yeah. Uh, but when we cure our blanks, or after Abby makes them rather, they'll be out in the garage for a bit, but then we will take them inside overnight. That way, they'll at least be at the temperature that it is in the house. So that's a possibility, I suppose. Having some peppermint mocha coffee. It's good. It's good stuff. Mm. Yeah, it didn't. I didn't get anything. Oh goodness, Sean, that's so funny. We pre-set up the tent and it blew away. I mean, not funny, but it is funny, I guess. Was it insured? Man, it's crazy. Hopefully, none of your stuff got damaged. And were you able to retrieve it? It's crazy. Huh. Hey. Okay. Whew. That's wild. I don't know what you look like, but I can just imagine somebody just running across a field chasing after a tent. It's like, man. But then again, that'd be me too. I'd be that one running after it. I want my tent back. Right. Well, I'm thinking about doing this one, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. This guy right here. I've had this hybrid for a long time. Got some nice chatoyance to it. It's also got some transparent in it, so it's going to be pretty cool. I'm going to figure out what shape. Maybe I'll ask the other half here. Okay. I'm gonna do this, this. That. Send it to her. What shape? She might come in or come out. Not in. Man. Oh, are you still gonna try and set it up? Or was it just like a gust of wind that took it? Yeah. Crazy. Also, I've got this blank that it's quite thick, and I don't know what to do with it because it's also translucent, a little transparent, but it's pretty large. It's like 1.5 inches diameter. Okay, it's like 1.25 inches. So pretty substantial. Bum bum bum. Okay, what we got? She said, "Ew." Set up last night, but didn't take the top down. Okay. Huh. Rings, ear gauges for a Christmas ornament. Hmm. Well, ear gauges aren't my thing. I don't have that kind of market. Um, let's see. So I'm gonna do that, some of that, regular shape. Ornaments get the sale on. I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh goodness. This is interesting how like there we go. Why was I so yellow? Ornaments. Yeah. I don't know. Well, we're gonna do this one. I don't know what we're gonna do turn it into, but I'm gonna do something. So It's got to get CA'd. Oh. Do you have any ornaments that you're selling, Sean? Mm-hmm. This wood is from oh, it fell. That's why. There you go. Stuff's falling everywhere. This is what this wood's from. And this is before I had my Resaw King bandsaw. I was just using a tiny little Wen. Poor guy. It was working its hardest. But yeah, it made it. Eventually. That might have been the longest single cut I ever did. It's a close call between that and ripping a piece of like ironwood. And it was only like a 2-inch by like probably 8 or so. But man, it took a long time to get through that. But yeah. Also, this is prior to shellacking the layer. So when I switch cams, you'll be able to see that these have bubbles here. You can see the bubbles on the wood here. So, and then also where it's white on the border between the wood and the resin, that's indicative of moisture. So, got little holes here, there, and then a little bit of white. But and then the white will actually look, you know, kind of like this on the wood. But so we're gonna have this be a pretty normal thing. A little bit of moisture. It wasn't terrible. It was pretty good. Let's see. Okay, so I think let's see if I hold. Let's come up with a different design here. So if I'm going to hold it like this, I want it a little bit further away. So I'm going to do the pinch there. I think like that. So maybe back here for that. And then that'll be where it kind of goes down a little bit. And then it's going to come back up to about here. And then we'll do a similar thing here. Yeah. This is going to be something. So if that's like that, and then there's the resting position. The other resting position is going to be on the opposite side. So it's going to be here area, depending on how it's held. That'll be fine. Put that there. And then what about this side? Okay, it's slightly asymmetrical with the other thing. All right. Let's see. They scare everybody away. All right. Okay, so we're actually do this. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get these marks in place. Got this one here, that one there. I'm going to move this one over a bit, actually. Oh, I guess YouTube's lying. So I can't go too far this way. Okay. Well, you know, this might end up being nothing, so. We'll see. Alrighty. So, running a little out of round here. From the designing perspective, you want the part where the wood and the resin is coming together as thick as possible without looking weird. That way, you don't really have to worry about it breaking apart. That is the weakest part. This out, then get in here. I'm gonna put a captive ring in there. It is gonna be a GP indeed. Okay. Now, put that nice and thin. Uh-oh, what am I doing? It's bad. A little too deep on that. Hmm. Okay. Now I need to make everything else look normal. Wonky me. No, I didn't hear that. But good. What is such a mess? I got tons of pins. Will the ebonite balance out the niceness of it? Oh, okay. No, I didn't. Crazy then. Okay. Hey, here. More in the middle there. Green to the green to that. Smooth this out a bit, really. I'll just a bit more like this. Alrighty. Well, do I harden the wood? No, we CA finished them. And this wood is already quite hard. We only choose harder woods to begin with, really. I wouldn't use something that's soft or even stabilized, that matters, because it just doesn't have the same strong enough structure. But good question. Good question. It is something that we did consider that this stuff is pretty hard. Okay. Hindsight, I should have done the ring. Shouldn't have gone so far. I think. With the beating tool. So, with my captive rings, I get them started. That way, Abby can sand and polish the most of the ring if she can on both the top and the outsides. And the very last thing, I'll use another parting tool and then come and separate it the last little bit after it's sanded and polished. Look at that, if you would. What it is looking like. See, this is going to have to go down a bit more. Some of these voids will get filled with CA. I had to keep this side pretty basic because it's going to get CA'd. When you do shapes like this, the high points tend to get over sanded. If you sanded a CA finish on bumpy shapes like this, you probably encountered that. At least when you're learning how to do it. I want this to not be like, I don't know, a ball. I just want it to kind of go, you know? I don't know what I'm talking about. Is the way we're at right now, the ring will be cut there, sanded on the inside. It'll move probably to about right here. It won't actually go very far. So there's that. Okay. I think that's going to need to be cut back a little bit more, unfortunately. Maybe soon enough, we'll end up with a toothpick. That'll have to do. You coat with CA. Yeah. Do you see the swirls? Like I guess the lines. The lines like here from that. So that's one of the tough things about CA. Because trying to get a nice base layer and then smooth it back out, that's a tough thing on a varied surface like this. But what I do. Nets. I'm gonna get to do this every week. What feature do you think I should be doing with wood for the fountain thing tonight? 1 a week, not enough. Exactly. Helpful. It'll be a good time. Oh, you put it in the drilled area. If we did that, we would change the diameter of our holes. And we have the holes specifically for the size. That way that they already fit snug with the standard tips. Okay, well, this is where we are right now. Now I got to get Abby to do the other part of this. Huh. Right on. Sounded like 12,000, huh? Huh. Interesting. I have not tried that. It's 730 seconds is what we use. We always said 730 tooths. 40 tooths. One of us had a misspoke and said tooths, like 30 tooths or something like that. It might have been me. I don't know. Okay, let's see if I can get her out. Get her out here. I thought about sending it to her in a picture, but we'll just get a reaction here. Yeah, it's 730 seconds. And then you probably know already, but you could be even more specific with the actual diameter, and I could probably get an even smaller bit, just like a hair smaller. Because one of the problems is if you're drilling at all off, then the hole is going to be too loose. The other thing is, excuse me, is well, you know that I don't like super sharp tools, so I actually dull the drill bit a little bit. That way it is not such a clean cut, I would say. We've done that. We've done it. It's you, but we do about 45 pins a week. Oh yeah, here she is. Will you take you come hang out for a minute? For a minute. Here, have a seat. Let me know how you really feel.
Well, you keep interrupting my work to make me come. What am I doing? What?
I made it.
Made what? Oh, your watch? Oh no. Hi. Nice to see everybody. I don't want to do this right now. Does it have to be done right now?
No, I don't need it done right now.
Oh, good.
But it would be nice if it was done.
No, I'm not sanding right now. I gotta finish my paper.
I got paper.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
I told him you'd be really excited about this.
He knew very well I would not be excited about this. I have my whole schedule all the things that I do in a certain order every week. I do not like change. I do not like having things sprung on me.
I told you I was going to do a special shape.
No, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
I told you to do a regular shape.
I said I was going to do a special blank.
You said special blank. I
And
said do regular shape.
What kind of blank or what kind of shape should I do?
I said regular.
You said what?
Regular or the one other one, and don't let it touch the wood. The wood's gonna get all wet.
Need CA, so regular 3 bump, or if you're feeling fancy, 28. But make sure none of the special shape is on wood. I did that.
Do you know what a pain it is to set up all of my sanding stuff when I'm not sanding?
No.
It's a pain. Tomorrow is sanding. The next day sanding. The next day after that sanding. Tuesday is not for sanding. Oh, so we have a chart that we made just for our own use so that when I have all of the blanks for the week, yeah, it just has the different shapes that we do, and I write the shapes on each blank so John doesn't have to think about it, and he just does whatever shape's on there. So the 28 shape is just one of our mega regular, which is our thicker regular size pins. Anyways, so that particular shape is fairly easy to sand, and the way
like that.
Yeah, the way the grips are, like the middle part could not, it wouldn't touch the wood was the point. Because
28 bumps. That'd be a bumpy pin.
I know, really. We did do.
We tried it.
Not it 28.
But I think it was like a 7.
We did I don't know what happened to it. We did one because someone asked us to. That had the entire pin was just bumps, the whole pin. And
comments we got on that.
People thought they wanted that. Here's the thing. It looks cool. That's not it. That's just snowman. Is that another snowman? What?
Somebody didn't do it last time.
Oops. Anyways, someone thought they wanted all the bumps on there because it looks cool, but guess what? Functionally, of like you trying to hold that, not comfortable, because we test most of our shapes. That's why they're designed the way they are, so that when you hold it, it's still comfortable and looks cool. Can I show them this pin finished tomorrow?
I suppose. You
are interrupting me in the middle of my whole schedule. See, John, bad at schedules, terrible at schedules, does things really for the most part when he wants to do them to a certain extent, unless I am telling him he has to do whatever, so that because he does all the making of the things, those things have to be ready for me to finish the things, right?
Did Sean see the Juma?
I don't know. It's really, really cool. Looks like a lizard or a dragon. Anyways, I do my things in a certain order. I like my schedule. I like having it, people not messing up my schedule. Somebody. It's the only one that messes up my schedule. It's this guy over here. Anyways, yeah, the Juma's cool. That'll be easy to sand. Juma's really hard.
You pretty much don't even need to sand it. It looks that good.
Yeah, you really don't have to, but it'll be cooler sanded. Why is it so close on my face?
Got you closer.
Look, I'm getting all red because you're making me upset.
Oh. Just like having fun.
Unwanted.
See? Hop in a workshop, have some fun.
I have things to do.
I appreciate you coming out. I really just wanted to
try to make me sand it, or just upset me.
I didn't care one way or the other if you sanded it right now. But I really just wanted to see
if I would do it, if I would come out, or if I would sand it, or both.
I just wanted to see your reaction.
See, this isn't fair. Y'all are setting me up. Come out here, and you're gonna watch me be mad at him. That's what's gonna happen.
Favorite.
Ugh.
Right. I'm gonna go get some water.
Where are you shipping from? That would be a lot.
I should just take those blanks.
Oh man.
Yeah. Hey, you're good at it. Maybe we can talk.
Where are you
I haven't
going?
seen your work yet, and it's been months. Remember, I accumulated all the swarf.
Oh. Yeah, did it turn out shiny? The
We hadn't
Operex
done it yet.
dwarf? Ah, we haven't done it either. I don't think it will be shiny, but I'm very interested if it turns out that I am wrong and those Operex little shavings actually look like something. We've done some shaving pens. They're very cool, but the issue with casting any of the pens that have shavings or chunks in them is bubbles like to get trapped. And I've done it multiple different ways where I've like packed the shavings in and poured resin over it. I've done it where I've stirred shavings into resin and then poured it. And it doesn't seem to matter how much I do that. And obviously I'll go under pressure. They still end up with bubbles. Some better than others. Stirring works better in the resin before pouring than stuffing the shavings in and then pouring resin over it. So if you do try it, that's what I suggest. I suggest mixing the clear or whatever color resin you're going to use with those and pouring it in the shavings and mixing them up prior to putting them in any sort of mold and putting them under pressure. So just saying, because I have tried it both ways. More bubbles on when you just pour it over chunks of things. I don't know. Because I think it coats it a little bit. You still get some bubbles that get trapped in there, but not as many. And then what I do is when I find a bubble, which happens sometimes, I just do a little drop of CA and then go back to finishing it as I do. The problem with this and why I don't want to do this right now is a multi like step thing. First, I have to sand and polish just the ring. Ooh, the Chatoincy is awesome in this one. And then I have to give it back to John. He releases the ring. And then for this one, normally I just, sand it regularly the rest of the way without, and then I can't touch the ring because if you mess it up, it gets a lot harder to refinish the ring. But with any wood, especially for what we do, I always do a CA finish on it. And that's easier to do on fountain pens because they're flat than it is on anything that's bumpy like this. Because when you're doing CA and then sand after, you just naturally hit the high points more than you hit in the dips when you're sanding. So I have to build up a lot of layers, and even though I'm the one that's in charge of CA and sometimes it's just got to be done, it is one of my least favorite things to do because it stinks, smells terrible, can make your eyes burn, have to wear a respirator, and half the time I glue my fingers to things. So that's why another reason we don't do much wood or hybrids. So it's not just like, here, will you sand this real quick? No, this is like a 4 or 5 step thing that he's trying to just get me to do.
I told you I didn't care.
I don't believe you. But anyways. Are you turning more?
Yep.
Nice to see you, everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe next time John won't be asking me to do something when he gets me to come in here or interrupting my work. Probably not, though.
Sanding is over 50%.
Of making?
Nah.
I mean, I agree with you. It's because I do all the sanding.
If you don't have a design, then you won't have anything to sand.
It is a part of the process that takes a lot more patience and finesse. Mostly patience, though. There's a lot of times, especially with diamond painting pens, because they've got lumps and ridges and bumps and all that, that I end up having to go back multiple times on one pen. And this guy over here will be like, nope, I'm done. I don't want to do that. And then just won't. Not that we sell anything with scratches in it. I'm the one that goes back and does it, but he doesn't have the patience for sanding things. Totally agree. If the finish is crap, the whole thing's crap. The finish makes it beautiful.
Yeah. You got to have that curb appeal. I totally agree.
Well,
however, if you don't have that functionality, then it's almost like you bait and switched. It's like, hey, check out this shiny thing. Oh yeah, by the way, it sucks.
No.
So got to have the ergonomics in there.
He's
as
just
well.
trying to make sure he gets to keep his job. But yeah, it's a good thing. I have the patience for sanding, and I'm pretty fast, pretty good at it. A lot of times when we're in here doing things on the same day, he'll look over and be like, where'd they all go? I catch up to him because but then again, and I think I've said this before, but it's been a while. Over the last 4 years, I have sanded over 10,000 pens between diamond painting pens and fountain pens. Over 10,000. So it's a lot of sanding.
Yeah.
I don't know how many hours you have to get to be a master or professional at something, but I think I'm pretty close. It's my wheelhouse. But that doesn't mean there are parts of it that I purposely avoid and do not enjoy doing, and that would be CA. But it's yes, but it is a lot of work. We absolutely work, both of us, full time to do this. And that's not even talking about the like behind the scenes parts of
logistics,
maintaining a business,
inventory management,
and all that stuff, which I also do, by the way. So you're a lucky guy. Just get to turn for fun. Over 4 years. Yeah, but that's not taking into consideration taxes, materials, fees, the fact that it is both of our incomes over that amount of time. What else? Transaction fees, shipping. The amount that we pay for shipping every year is a lot because, I mean, it's good, but it's also, you know, a whole other thing to build a consistent business where people want to buy your stuff, because that's probably the hardest part. So yes, we are both very fortunate and have also put in a ton of work for it. So, but it's fun. We get to work together and do stuff that we enjoy doing.
Yep. Heck yeah.
Yep. So, anyways.
Yeah, it is good money, but
anytime anyone talks about something like that, about, oh my gosh, you're so lucky that you run your own business, own your own business, don't have a boss. That's what, you know, people say. I'm like, well, yeah, sure. You could go from having a boss and working a certain set of hours, or you could literally be in charge of everything always and work all the time. No boundaries, just all the time. And yeah, it's great, but it is absolutely not for everybody.
It's a part of that freedom where you get so much freedom, you don't really know what to do.
That'd be him. I'm in charge of
so,
focusing him on what needs to be done.
Hey, I said that. I said, you're everything I'm not. And that's why we work together really well.
It's true. But anyways, I do sometimes work just constantly.
Oh, Sean's getting set up for a show of what the market. He said a market
cool.
setup, and then
it's a good time of year for that.
Blew away.
No. Oh no, that sucks. Outdoor markets when it's bad weather. Shoo, that's a hard thing because you probably already paid for your vendor spot, drug out all your stuff, and then if it's bad weather, not as many people show up. So that's
Weekend market.
oh,
Sorry.
that's such a bummer. That's not fun. We haven't done any sort of specific things like that other than the big pin shows for fountain pens. John is going to be at the Mid-Atlantic Pin Turners
Expo,
whatever it is, in March, which is not just fountain pens, and he's very excited about it. Oh, you're in Tucson. We love Tucson. We lived there for 4 years when John was in the Air Force, stationed at DM, Davis-Monthan there, and it was our favorite place that we lived.
Yep.
For
Nice.
sure. Our older daughter was born there. My grandparents live in
hanging out.
for a minute. Okay. I have more things to say. My grandparents have lived there since I was a teenager. One of the times when you had training there, I got to come visit. That's how long we've been together. It's a very long time. I was on spring break from high school. So, but yeah, it was the first place that we lived together, and we get to go for spring break to visit my grandparents.
Yeah.
Which I'm excited about. Meet Dirt Town for show.
Dirt Town.
What's Dirt Town?
Was that autocorrect? Or was Dirt Town something?
I don't know what Dirt Town is. You'll have to tell us. I don't remember Tucson being super windy. Now,
yeah, it was.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was
Deserts, man.
Wasn't that when I was there? But last time I was there was last
Deserts
December.
are windy.
Albuquerque was windy.
Yeah.
Albuquerque was horrible. Wind is our least favorite element. Old Tucson. Old Tucson? Or which one? Old Tucson as in like the semi cheesy like cowboy shoot off place, because I've been there. We might take the kids there. There's that, and then there's Tombstone, which is a different thing, and I know that. But it is Dirt Town, but I love it. I like the cactuses and the
tumbleweeds.
Tumbleweeds are big. Yes, I remember the stud show.
Oh, cool.
The Old Tucson, is that the one that's towards Vail and like Kartchner Caverns and stuff, or is that Tombstone? I always get them mixed up. I know they're in two different directions, but we're going to go to one of them while we're there so that the kids can see the, not Tombstone, Old Tucson. Okay, so Tombstone is that way. I don't know. I have to look. I have a list of things that we're planning on doing over spring break. And I'm very excited about it.
I'm hopefully going to be able to borrow his bike and then
take
it to Turner's Warehouse and see Chad.
Well, you're going to get to meet Chad at the Mid-Atlantic Pin Turner Association, but we're renting a car. You can just take the car. You can take the car all the way. I think he's in Scottsdale, maybe Phoenix
Sounds
area.
right.
I think he's in the
Scottsdale sounds
Phoenix
right.
area. But we lived sort of South Tucson-ish off of Houghton Road, which had nothing out there when we lived there.
You saw him last weekend? Nice.
He's a nice guy. We like Chad. We haven't met him in person, but had, conversations on the internet like you do. But yeah, my grandparents live up at the base of Mount Lemon. So there you go. You can take a friend to see Chad.
Nice. Hey, I know a guy. Now I know a guy.
Perfect, because I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Kids don't want to do that. I'll hang out with my grandparents at their house. But we're going to do the Desert Museum. What other things did we talk about? I don't remember. Oh, he wanted to do the Biosphere again, which is not...
Biosphere 2.
Yeah, now it's owned by the University of Arizona, which I almost went to, but...
You know why I remember it's called Biosphere 2?
Why?
Because I asked them why. They're like, well, what's Biosphere 1?
Oh, the Earth.
The Earth.
Yay!
You
so dirty.
Right, made me mad, actually.
I think that whole Mars experiment that they were doing failed before we even saw it. And that was like 12 plus years ago. But yeah, from, I guess was it 2010 until 2014?
I'm not sure.
That's when 2010 to 2014 is when we lived in Tucson. A first smaller one. It was fun. It was a cool thing to do, and I think the kids will get a kick out. They're just gonna, yeah. Well, then that checks out too. Maybe the tour guy was just pulling your leg and making a joke.
I think there was also some interesting psychological experiments that were occurring.
It was the Mars
there.
thing. They trapped them.
I mean, like beyond that some psychological experiments were happening where everybody was confined and
it was the Mars
being
experiment
with those
thing.
people for that amount of time is a very unusual thing.
It failed because they all drove themselves crazy. They went crazy. It was supposed to be like a, can people live together in a tiny, tiny whatever space thing?
Was it in the 70s?
Was it in the 70s? They talked about it like it was just then. And I don't know when it was sold to the university, but we also talked about going and doing why can't I think of what it's called?
It was a cult, man. That's crazy. They were all on acid? Maybe. I don't know.
It's crazy.
Got lots of weird experiments.
What's the cool observatory? I told you about it, but I can't remember what it's called now. I got to do that once, and that was so cool because a lot of universities across the U.S. have giant telescopes outside of Tucson because of the not many clouds, great clear days, it being in a desert, and then Tucson has like light pollution rules. So the stars are awesome, and I got to go do one of those things at the observatory Kitts Peak. I remembered Kitts Peak Observatory, but
Sean, you can just hang out here, man. I'll give you free love too. You hang out with me and just keep giving that love.
Not too much though. Reining in. But
yeah, not quite like 70s, but yeah.
Anyways, I could talk about Tucson all day because we loved it so much. I'm very excited to visit again.
Well, maybe we'll set you up a stream and you can talk about it all you want to.
No, I'm done. I can stop now. Okay, now that yes, unless they say something else, and then I need to respond again. That's how I get sucked in here.
It's fun. Isn't it fun?
And then I feel like I need to answer.
Hanging out. I love hanging out. It's like the best thing.
I have things to do still.
Yes.
Yes to what? Which part of that? I don't even know.
All of it.
Now, the real question would be, if I was streaming and John was streaming, and you could only pick one of us to watch.
Would we hear both voices in this example?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'd watch your stream. While playing WoW.
He did convince me to move my main over, so it was still processing last night. So today, see, I'm the best.
Yeah, I know. I keep trying to get you
I don't
involved
want to.
more.
I'll be a sidekick. I don't want to be. I don't want to phone together. It's a good answer. It's a good. I won't pick a favorite child kind of answer. Love you both equally.
Appreciate you, Kevin.
But anyways, we'll do some stuff together on those, but the reality is we like very different things, periods, in real life and in video games. No, absolutely not. I will not be sanding for anyone else ever. Oh my gosh. You would have to pay me so much money to take on more sanding. Listen, it's my job. It's fine. But there is always especially if we have a lot going on, I'll be like, John, can you help me sand? And you know what happens? He does occasionally help me sand. But I get through my entire bucket and he's taken 6 out of it. And he gets through 2, 3.
Hey, I did 6 last week.
Wow. Sometimes it's not very many. And then sometimes I have to go back and sand some of them again. We don't have to talk about that.
Robin was his sidekick.
Did
anybody
he?
really like Robin? I
Oh,
didn't like Robin.
we're not really big superhero in
You have to
general
fix mine anyway.
fans.
I don't know if I can handle all this.
This is what you get for making me come in here and interrupting my work.
Well, you know what?
You're just gonna get now.
That was a worthwhile bit.
5
That's a
out of
good thing to
6
play.
were fine. I did have to resand one of them, but it's
Just so
it's
good
fine.
at the job. Yeah, see, Kevin, you and I, we're jiving. She is just so good at her job. You got to put the best, what you're best at, right there. You know.
It's one of those things. Now he made a mistake of saying this to me early in our marriage, and he was talking about work, but it applies to everything. It was if you show everybody you're good at something, they'll keep asking you to do it, and if you pretend to suck at it, no one's going to ask you to do it. So sometimes I know when he's doing something bad on purpose. The sanding wasn't bad on purpose, but sometimes a points game.
I was telling you about that last night.
I don't know if I understood what you were talking about. This is probably the reality. We speak different languages. Sometimes I have to translate to normal people of whatever he's saying. Happens often.
Well, that's what I'm here working on. My communication skills.
It's being a normal person.
Working on it.
It's not going to work.
It's a slow grind.
He's lucky to have y'all to hang out with him and listen, because when he streams, it's so much better for me because he talks a lot constantly. What?
I just discovered something.
Like good or bad?
Well,
Oh.
I'd say good because people probably don't know it.
Making John do something we ask in chat. It's a long drain. What kind of things?
Well,
Do I get points?
I did spend forever collecting all those noodles.
For the Operex?
Like I told you, I went back and I was editing that video for the Operex. And if you tally up all the time I was scooping up all the noodles, man, I'm working for pennies.
That's not the point.
No, that wasn't the point.
Yeah, we don't get paid like that. It's not an hourly job. Move the camera. They're over here messing with you.
I know. I've also got video of that where
Well, I'm okay with it.
I closed the camera. Like I just closed it and it was black on the screen for a while and they just heard me talking in a black screen.
Nice.
So
Yes, I approve. Make him do whatever you want. See how far you can take it. I don't care. As long as it's not bothering me. Got it? I mean it. Everybody's going to get in trouble if that's the case. No messing with me. I have work to do. But anyways, I am going to give this back to him and get back to my work and make sure our daughter did the things that I asked her to do when she got home from school.
thank you for hanging out.
You're welcome. You're welcome to everybody.
See ya.
Oh, here.
I don't need those. They're good to your box. I've already done my part. Oh, is that how I can get some scoring points action? I don't know how, but yeah, I don't know how. But I don't know if you've ever seen this pin, and it's probably not exclusively this pin. Yeah, you probably will. Probably will. Well, maybe not see, but you'll hear. This pin, what I found when I was just fiddling, was this. So this pin goes together, and one of the problems that I had was that the ink tip was sticking out, and it was because of this. So this click mechanism, right? It engages, but it wasn't seated So this little thing wasn't all the way seated, and that is what caused it to stick out just a little bit. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Reset it. So can you see how the tip is sticking out just really, really little bit? But it would still function and everything, but you possibly right on yourself if this pin actually, hey, there, see? It's disengaged, but it would write on you, and that's not good. So I backed this out, and then I saw this, screw that back in, and put it all back together how it was. And then now it is recessed enough to where it won't write on you until you engage it. Anyway, little side note, sorry. I wanted you to see that in case you ever encountered that, because this is actually, I'm pretty sure, one of the more popular click mechanisms. Not this exact shape, but it is a variant of the Schmidt SK88, but it's a different model of the click mechanism. Anyway, long-winded, but I guess the main reason is because some people are like, I don't know what I want to do, or it's too long or something like that, or too short. Well, make sure all the components and everything. CC layer. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. But anyway, little thing that I just learned myself. So see, everybody's learning. Been bushing. Yeah. I got you. Some people use those as accent rings, like little cards like that. So that's an interesting thing you could try out potentially if you were so inclined. But yeah, what do we do? What do we do? We get back to turning. If that's all right. Well, even if it isn't, I reckon I'll just continue anyways. And knowing, yeah. Yeah, for sure. That reminds me, um, I think I edited it out on one of my videos, but I was talking about um, modifying a DuraClick EDC. This will be easier to show. Modifying a DuraClick EDC pin to where you don't have to use that adapter. So one of the, well, I've actually got one already assembled back here. Over here. Here we go. Okay. This will change. Your drive center smooth or have some type of teeth? So on my it is chewed up, and the reason is because of cutting. So sometimes I'll hit it with the carbide or hit it with a file or something like that. So it is not intentional that it is that way. It is just over time that type of thing has happened. Let's see. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. So everybody knows the Parker refill. Drive center. Then I don't know what you're talking about, I don't think. Drive center. Oh, no, that's just kind of a two-tone looking, but I may have also hit that with sandpaper or the file or something. But no, it's just a regular 60 degree, I think. But yeah, there's no teeth or step. It's just a straight cone kind of shape. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've hit it with like my file and stuff, so it does kind of have that stepped appearance. And then, you know, to be fair, the Live Center has the same thing going on with it. No worries. No worries. Please ask away. Um, but so what I was talking about is the DuraClick EDC pin, right? Everybody's seen them. They use the Schmidt SK88. This has got the black. It's got the knurled grip section, and then the nose cone also comes off and everything, right? So what they have put with that kit is this. So this little white tip here that goes on top of a Parker refill. Now I'm pretty sure it's by design, and it's probably to facilitate other refills as well. However, that's not my jive really. So what I was thinking is actually shortening the brass tube and then making it so I don't have to use this piece, but you could just make it for the Parker every time. So you'd have to shorten that brass tube from the beginning a little bit by like that much, you know? So I guess just an interesting thing, a different way to do something, I suppose. Yeah. Just thinking about that. And the reason I was thinking about that actually, I was thinking about that because there's a high probability that somebody that doesn't know better is going to end up getting rid of that. And then they're going to be like, hey, what kind of refill do I put in here? Well, you got to put a Parker refill, but it's got to have that little adapter, otherwise it won't work. So that kind of thing. And it's weird, kind of weird. So do a little quick mod like that. I haven't done it, so figured it'd be kind of fun to do. $9 kit. I'm pretty sure they're, I don't know, DuraClick EDC pins. I thought they were like 20 bucks or something like that. 17 is what popped up. So about 17, 16 at Penn State. Yeah. So yeah, looks like about 15 to 17 bucks per kit. Yeah. It's a good kit. I like them. My favorite part about it actually is it being a Parker and then having a Fisher Space Pen modification that you can do that'll make it so you can use it even with the stupid adapter. So Fisher Space Pen refill. So this is shorter than a Parker refill. And that's why this adapter is there. And it also has the component where you can click it and stuff. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Fisher Space Pen, so that's also, you know, a thing. Yes. Anywho, um, I suppose you could. I don't know if I've sold any. Pretty sure I just give them away. Well, I take that back. I did it for my buddy in his business. But it was a custom pour as well for the business colors. And I actually made a video out of that too. And I think I ended up selling them for about, excuse me, 80 to 100 or so is what it kind of boiled down to per pin once you factored in all the costs combined. So I think that's what it ended up being, because they're doing custom colors, custom pour, and that type of thing. So, and then this is actually my mom's school colors when she was there, and this is one of the ones that actually didn't make the cut. So there is that. Yeah, prices for things is really all over the place. So it's hard to say one thing, and I mean, how much is it? Well, you want me to make that again? It's going to cost you $5,000. It's going to cost, like, there's a bowl that I have that, you know, I used about $100 of resin on it, and then the burl I actually sourced myself, and then it was drying for a couple years. And then that thing sat for a long time, but my mom wanted one, and she was like, how much would it cost for you to make another one of those? I said, if you want me to make another one of those, it's going to cost you like $5,000. And it's not because that's how much it costs. It's because I don't really want to do it. Like, it actually hurt my shoulder because I was kind of an idiot, and I didn't put like a burner block or a waste block in the middle of it. So I wasted more material than I needed to because I didn't prepare it correctly. But I didn't know that at the time. So yeah. In 3 years. Yeah. But it is actually from her old house, or my grandfather's house that she lived next door. So yeah, she wanted me to make a bowl, and it's like, no, I don't want to do that. So that's what I'll usually do. If I don't want to do something again, I'll either give it away or sell it at such a ridiculous price that I would feel good making it again. And a part of me hopes nobody buys it. But if they do, I'd say it's a win. But I don't foresee that happening. And good. So I'll probably do a different approach next time and end up making her a dang bowl. And I tried a lot of different finishes too. It was also when I didn't have very many people hanging out with me, and I was trying to figure out like different types of finishes to use, because it was part resin and part wood, and significant part of the wood. And man, it was a doozy. I like put a whole tarp over my metal lathe and all this stuff over here. And the computer wasn't out here at that time. But yeah, it was wild. Such a mess. But yeah, I got some good clips and videos of that. It was fun. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. I'm gonna go ahead and crank these 7 out. and then save the small one and the large ones for tomorrow. But yeah. But and you know, I didn't do that from a business perspective. I just did that because I wanted to. So trying to get me to do something again like that is like, would I? Yeah, but it's going to cost a whole lot. And I think, well, I wouldn't say that it backfired on me once, but I will say that it ended up working out much better than I would have expected it to. Sorry, let me switch back here, make sure it's in focus over there. There we go. So I put a ridiculous price on something, and then somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take it." I'm like, "Oh man!" And it was the first one that I had done of that particular thing. So pretty cool, but also it just kind of proves that concept that if you do make something business and you do custom stuff like that, be willing to take customs of things that you show. If you show it, then you should be ready or prepared for somebody else to ask for it, just in case. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen, it's just, it might. Anyway, I digress. It never works the same next time. No, and you know that's kind of a mixed blessing. At least in my particular case here, because it was something that we'll say that needed some iterations. Needed a couple iterations before, but yeah, it's pretty. I gotta say, it was pretty fortunate. Like looking back on it, you don't remember in the community tab when I showed that pin that made it into the magazine, a pinball magazine, and it was the one that raised the most money for reef relief in the window show. Like, if we were going to make that pin again, we would, with how long it took us to do that, in hindsight, we could do it way differently, and it would be fast. But if we were to apply that much time into a pin like that again, doing it the same way, you know, we would probably charge a couple thousand for that pin. And like I said, this is because we wouldn't necessarily want to do that again. And so if you really wanted us to do it again, we would have it paid, or have it so it's like you gotta really want that thing to happen. You're doing 4 segments, 9 ornaments, 2 Nice. Is that one of the ones that you just price really high point? You should go also ahead and mention business advice, legal advice. You know, we're hanging out and talking. I don't know if I actually need to say that, but might as well. Everybody's got their own strategies. different things work for different people, and so only one didn't blow up. I think there's a lot of things that I guess I talk about, and a lot of different considerations, thoughts, strategies, and all that stuff too when it comes to business. And even though I would, in some cases, I know like how to accomplish something, doesn't necessarily mean that I want to do that because it would feel bad. Like some people that do some things or marking up something up to a certain point, it's like, wow. I don't know. It just feels bad. But, I've had this conversation before as well, where not everybody back up, projecting your situation onto somebody else's experience, especially when it comes to finances and stuff, is not something you should do. Because $100 to someone is like 10 cents to someone else. Or $100 to someone is like $1 million to someone else. So having those different perspectives, I think it's important to remember that there's different types of people. And that's where it comes to like knowing who and where your target is, if you are trying to make things like that happen. So just because you think that certain amount is a lot or a little doesn't mean your ideal client or ideal customer or whatever also sees it that way. But conversely, what I was talking about even before that is that if you do use that type of thing, I really hope that you're delivering something that makes them feel like they got their value. So I guess that's what I'll say about that. First impressions only happen once. And if you're trying to be something that people are, or if you're trying to offer something that people like to get, then you definitely need to have a thing or whatever it is that is going to have them wanting to come back. And that's the whole thing about like, is it more expensive to get a new client, or is it more expensive to keep an existing one? And while it doesn't one for one apply, it can apply in ways that you can kind of make it applicable to the situation that you're in, if you know what I mean. Would you all the same finger grip size? No. Anyway, I digress. It wasn't intended to be a business class, but I do read and watch a lot of things that are in that realm because I find it super interesting. I look at how economy works and stuff like that too. So, what's the cost of a table at a weekend market? And are you sharing it with anybody, or do you know anybody else that's going there, or anything like that? Well, I guess you already set up. So, did you happen to see anybody else? No way. $30? Nice. That's a good deal. Mom, Dad, go figure. Hmm. Cool. But yeah, we have. You kind of mentioned it like 28 before, but yeah, we have a chart that we made that is more or less like a menu that people can take a look at. $20 slim lines. $20 slim lines. Well, I hope you sell as many as you made. If that's what you want the outcome to be, I hope you achieve it. I like this stuff. Very entertaining. Sell out 25 next week. Oh man, supply and demand, baby. Yeah. So how many are you? You said you were going what? Like 30? Did you think 36? Is that 36 bowls? Please. Ah, cool. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't mean to be offensive by any means. But I thought you were a little on the older side, son. You're like old. You were on the older side. Mom does beaded trees. Yes. Man, everybody's involved. Love it. Girlfriend does stained glass. Has she messed with any resin stuff? Oh, you're 51. Okay. Okay. Well, thinking about that. Um, what ages will probably be and stuff, and then have grandkids. Heck yeah. The other interesting thing that at least I find interesting is looking at my analytics on YouTube. But um, the audience that I typically get for my videos is a like 99% male for one, and then the other thing is um, the age groups. Ooh, that is so cool. I hope that I will be as fortunate as you and have grandkids while I'm still pretty young. Not too young, because I don't want my kids to be young. Not really going for teen mom. That's not my goal here. Um, but yeah, I hope to be pretty young. And then grandchildren too. I love kids. And I don't think we'll have, well, man, I'm getting really personal, but we're probably not going to have any kids. We got other things that we'd like to do. And their kids are 11 and 9. So there's some travel stuff that we would like to do. If we had a youngin', then we would start that whole cycle over because we try to be very, uh, we try to be present. And that would hit that pause button on our endeavors to other countries and stuff like that. I grew up with 5 sisters. Well, I had 5 sisters. Yeah. I was the only boy, and then my family, my mom and dad, they fostered kids for a little bit. So all of my like I had 5 sisters and then me. So my mom had 6 kids, and then we fostered for a bit. Um, so we were um, basically seeing, or my mom and dad were basically seeing if they wanted to adopt. And so the best way to figure out if that's something that you really want to do is by fostering. And especially important because you're getting to, it sounds weird, but you are seeing what age is most appropriate to fit inside the family that you have already. And so you're able to have different kids, different or kids at different ages um, before you adopt. So I guess it's kind of weird sounding, like it's weird sounding like that, but the kids in foster homes are, they need a lot of love. You were an only child? I was an only boy. So in some cases, I guess I was kind of like the only child because I would do things that my sisters wouldn't do. So, like, my dad would take me to the track and we'd watch racing and stuff like that. I appreciate it. They're Peppermint Hearts. I think that's what they're called. Um, I'm gonna have, I don't know if you were here when they showed them, but I'm gonna have these too. So these are gonna be the spoke things. I'm gonna end up doing the suction and cap from this, and then the barrel will be. Yeah. So I won't get into that, but they're kind of candy cane themes kind of was the target. Is trying to do like a Christmas pin is a little weird, especially this at this point in time. I would say, so not a good time for that. So I'll start charging for business advice. That's good. Oh, I forgot to ask. Did you like the reaction that we got from Abby? Hold on, no. Come on. I knew she was going to respond like that, and I really didn't expect her to do it. I just knew that she would be like, I don't want to do this right this second. Because it wasn't today. It wasn't a sanding day. You get a gold tinsel. Oh man, that's a bummer. Like the blank was hard to work with, or the actual blank was like trash blank. Because I could see both being the case. Yeah. Oh, she's a great. She's great. Tommy, yeah, man. This is my 9 to 5. This is my 9 to 5 job. Oh, Shannon was rough. But I appreciate you coming back. Good to see you again. Must be nice. Well, I mean, to some it is. To some it be a nightmare. To me, it's nice. I like it. But, you know, the other thing I'll say about that is you could too if you wanted. Be a full-time turner, go for it. Oh, resand 3 times and still rough? Was it a Lumalite? The only time let's see, if I ever hear something. Not that I can think of, but if I had to imagine, it was partially because it would have been a slightly porous, like the Alumilite or resin or whatever you use. It would be slightly porous, um, and I could see that being the case if that were. Man, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Hope you were able to figure something out with it. You'd love to be able to turn all day for a living. Do it. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Yeah. Since it would not. Oh. Okay, I understand now what you're saying. I encounter that sometimes too, especially when you're using like you got like some CA on wood and then your resin. Trying to get those to sand evenly sometimes can be pretty tough because uh, it doesn't remove as much material at the same rate. Heck yeah. Huh. Did he make that like a special custom blank, or did he source it, or? Just be like, oh, I'm about to see Sean. I got this really cool thing that I'd love for him to suffer trying to fix for me. Let's see. What are we doing? Mom liked it? Hey, heck yeah. That's a win. In the shop. Mom's sitting on the back. Oh man. Well, I definitely can't bring my kids to your shop because we're just gonna let them have it all the time. Goodness gracious. My youngest, she is funny. She likes all kinds of like, little things. Um, and it used to be boxes and containers and stuff like that. Fortunately, she's not as bad, but if it's a cool little knickknack, she wants it. If it's something that she hasn't seen, she could like put in her pocket, she's gonna ask for it. And I'm pretty sure I've said it on stream before, but when we took her to pin shows, the amount of haul that she got from people, my goodness, it was wild. And she'll sit there and she'll talk to people and listen to them and everything about what their favorite pins are, what the inks are, and the nibs and different grinds and all that stuff. And she'll be just listening, and then everybody just wants to give her stuff, it seems. And so she came back with so much stuff. This is funny. Tommy, what do you like to turn? This way you can turn that into whatever you want. Just, I would say that a lot of people would not be willing to do what it would take in order to accomplish that. But the other side of it is some people don't know what they would have to do. So there's also that. Yeah. I don't know if I put on YouTube. I'd have to look at the rules for YouTube stuff when it comes to like that type of thing. I mean, I've said my disclaimer, and I don't know if that's like a static thing because I said it one time in the video, or if it is applicable to the whole stream. I know people like pop in and come back and whatnot. So. Oh, cool. A whistle. Yeah. Great. See, I don't know about a whistle. Then it's going to be one of those things. It's going to be one of those things, and I'm like, oh, how can I get back at Sean? Does he have a kid that I can give a whistle to? And that way, keeps blowing the whistle. Or a drum. Maybe I'll make her a drum or a tambourine. What would be super obnoxious? No, that is funny. No, she would love a whistle. And I'd like to look at it too. I'm just messing. Pins for now and rings, Tommy. Right on. Well, I would say if you stuck with rings, then well, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. Whichever one you find to enjoy most, do it. And here's the strategy. You keep doing it for an unreasonable amount of time, and you talk to other people that are interested in those things, and the time will come when eventually people will start buying them, and then word of mouth, and then that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can make a business out of anything. You're going back and forth about getting a metal lathe. Well, I have a metal. It's over there, and you may have seen it in my other videos. But I have a metal lathe, and I think it depends on you, what you want to do, man. If you do really like turning, I'd say that you can't really go wrong if you got a metal lathe, because you'll find other uses for it. Whether you're going to make mandrels, you're going to make bushings, you're going to do different threads, you can do trimming. Like, I'll take some of my blanks and then trim them down to a smaller diameter before I start working on them anywhere else. So I'd say that there's a lot of use cases for it. So, and then the other thing I would say is, please don't get a Harbor Freight one. I really think people are bummed when they get one that's is that small. Like, my metal lathe is quite a bit. It's got quite a bit more workspace, but still, it still feels cramped to me when I'm working on something in there. And with a lathe that's like much smaller, it would be frustrating to me. And I think the Harbor Freight metal lathe is also about $500, $600, $700, somewhere around there. And if you're at that point, you can actually get a larger one. So for just a bit more. I don't know the numbers anymore because I haven't looked at lathes for a while. I'd say that it very well could be useful or worth it. I mean, yeah. I guess what are your thoughts on it? What do you think it would help you accomplish that you're not able to do right now? Because I used it personally for making the bespoke pins, but I used a wood lathe until I was able to have a proof of concept, basically, for my fountain. So I was able to sell a couple before. I was able to sell enough in order to cover my lathe. So that is what I meant to say. And then the same thing with my big bandsaw. Like, hardly ever use this big bandsaw, but when I do, it's for a very specific purpose. It's the Laguna 1412, and I had to cut blocks that were 5x5, well, 5 feet, 5x5x5, and I didn't have a bandsaw that could do it, and so I did kind of like a personal. It's kind of like a little personal Kickstarter kind of thing that I did, I guess, where I was like, "Hey, raise your money for a bandsaw so I can make more of these," and then I got very few people interested, and then I worked out the money myself anyways. Because we had these blocks that I couldn't use because they're too big. But I can do everything on a wood lathe. I streamed that one. Making a pin from start to finish on a wood lathe, and it was a ball point too. And it was like working through the whole thing. And I didn't have measurements that were already set. So I don't know if I left that video up or not. But it was it's a pretty fun one, I would say. Seems like a good idea for working raw metal material for sure. Yeah. You can cut bar stock to whatever size. Threads. All right. Let me ask you an important question right quick. And I'm coming from a good space, okay? I promise. But do you want me to be on your side and try to get you on board with getting one? Or do you want me to be on the side of like, you don't really need that? Because I'm for it. I'm for it either way. I just want to know your disposition on that. Because I could be on your court, on your side. Heck yeah, you should get it. Then I can also be on the other side. So I guess that's where I gotta see where you want me to come from here. And I hope that doesn't come off too weird. Because before I got one, I was very much in a position of like, yes. Is this a 1 alpha? No, it's just looking for my honest opinion. All right. Well, I got one more question. Well, I guess this is assuming that you're just trying to do projects and ring. I guess that'll be the assumption. And say that depending on your financial situation and how much it would extend you for something like that, I don't think it's worth going underwater for necessarily. unless you have plans for it. So I guess those are some important things to start off. Is that if you have plans for it, then check out the math and see if it's the right thing. Like if you're going to make something that's worth $20 and you already have buyers lined up for it, then there's a good chance all you need to do is sell 100 of that thing, and then boom, it paid for itself, you know. But if you're not sure what you're doing and you don't know how to use a metal lathe and you want to get it to try stuff out, you know, that's an entirely different thing that I think that you should do. I also would think that it's something that shouldn't be a detriment. Because you will have to learn how to use it. You'll need to go through the learning curve of it. Because it's just kind of a pain sometimes when you're trying to do some stuff where you think it's going to do what you want it to do, but it doesn't. Then factoring in your time, how much time are you going to be able to apply to this? And I'll tell you that I have made way more money in my business on this lathe than I have on my metal. So I'll also say that. And I'm not sure necessarily what your intentions are. Like, are you trying to start a business? Are you trying to get the repetitions in for making those things, and then business is your end goal? Or that's another important thing, is to know, like, what kind of destination do you have in mind, and then to actually address your intentions for it. I have only ever turned metal once with twice on my metal lathe. I just don't do it. I only turn resin on my lathe. Let's see, you can cut bar stock. That sounds like a angle for a ring. Rings, yes, you would be able to do that. So if you were going for a bar stock and you were doing rings, maybe. But I would say, as well, with that, if that was the goal, I would start by having ring cores, and then once you build up an audience for something like that, where you're actually selling the ring cores, then you can put that into your metal milling machine. Let's see. And cutting threads, I do not cut threads on my lathe. I don't know how. I don't know how to cut metal threads or lathe, or I don't know how to cut threads on my metal lathe. I only use caps and dies. So, with all of those things combined, I would say there's a lot of pros and cons. And it's going to end up being something that you'll have to weigh those things and determine. Tommy, I want you to have what you want. If you want it, I want you to have it. And if you think it's going to make it better for you, I hope it does. Anyway, I think it's my little bit about that. I love my metal lathe, and if you have the means, I'd say go for it. especially if you're trying to get into bespoke pins, or if you want to start uh, working on the raw material of pins or rings, I'd say that it's probably worth it. Well, right on, Tommy. I, I think that you're on the right track. Then you can obviously do that too. If I just personally, and at least where I am at, and where and the way that I personally grow in my business is I have to have proof that that is going to give me the return that I'm hoping for. So it's in a weird way, it's kind of like you pitching your business idea to yourself. Because if you want the business, you're the business owner. And if you're the one that wants to send it the business this way, you got to have that, hey, I want to send the business this way. This is what I'd like to do. Okay. How many? What kind of sustainability? What kind of market? What kind of all of these things? So, anyway, sorry. Don't mean to ramble on as much, but just got a lot of thoughts when it comes to that because, well, I've actually made the mistakes for one. And two, I hope you can avoid making the mistakes and actually turn them into something useful. For example, here's an actual example of mine. Um, I got a laser. It's an X tool F1, and I had this idea that I was going to start engraving like on jewelry and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, you can do it. And I was watching all these videos where people were doing it, and once I got it and I tried it out, I wasn't able to do it like I thought. So it was really a letdown. I was pretty bummed, but that's like $3,000 that went to that. And the only thing I do now is laser my nibs with that. And so at least it has a purpose. The other thing is I don't really want to spend time designing anything to do in it. That's just not what I am interested in. So I'm not going to say it's a paperweight, but we don't use it as often as I thought initially. Do you have ideas for the name of it? Rings are a pretty hot thing as well, um, especially the custom rings. So we could be done pretty fast. I'd say. Oh, another thing, because I did make rings as well at one point. I also turned bowls, I turned cups, I turned all kinds of stuff. And I try a lot of different types of material as well. Um, I really think all of those things build on each other. So you trying all these different things is kind of getting you closer to find what you really like to do. So I would encourage you to try everything that interests you in this realm of turning. So like pretty much all I do is spindle turning. I don't really like turning bowls. I do it sometimes because I think they make good gifts and I get a wild hair about turning some wood. But I like making things. So yeah. Working on a name, it just doesn't seem to be enough time. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. I hear you. I when I started, my wife and I started the business. Let me back up. I had just left the military. I started doing some security contracting for a few years, and then with the schedule I was on, I was gone half the year, about 3 months at a time, and um, my times when I was at home, I didn't really have anything to do. And then I started finding, or I found out what a lathe was, because I didn't know what a lathe was about, I guess, 6 years ago now. Um, but like, I was like, oh my God, this is so fun. This looks so cool. I'd love to do that. So I built up a little list of things that I had, I think, is a starting point, basically, of what I thought I needed. Turns out I didn't need quite a bit of this stuff I got, but oh well, it happens. Um, so I did that. It was I think it was about $1,500 of stuff, and that was enough to get me started in the workshop. And I would spend about 15 hours plus a day in the workshop, and it is hot. Um, and I didn't have anything else to do, right? I only worked half the year. So I only worked 6 months. Um, well, I was only getting paid from a job for 6 months at a time. And I don't suggest that, especially with a family. But I used that time to pursue something like this. And then after about, I don't know, 4 or 5 deployments, I was like, you know what? I'm not deploying anymore. And so it was a little bit more calculated than that, but it ended up being something that my wife and I both worked on. And then we turned it, or she turned it really into what it is now. The only thing I really did was come up with different designs and find all the equipment that we need. So I did a lot of the research on that. Kind of found the mark, some of the projects to do. But yeah, ultimately, I'd say that well, without either of us, it wouldn't work. So we're both pretty darn important when it comes to that. But yeah, there was no safety net. There was no nothing. So we started, and I basically was like, I'm not deploying again. So we had about 3 months to figure out what it was that we were going to do. Now, I did use that time to build a lot of skills. And I don't know your personality type necessarily, but my personality type really obsess about things, and I don't stop until I figure it out, which could be a bad thing, but that's okay. It's just me. So, anyway, I didn't have, from the outside, and also looking back on it, it kind of sounds reckless. But we had kids, and it's like, gotta make this work. So we had like specific targets, specific goals, specific everything that we were going for. And it didn't happen immediately, I'll say. We had to keep pushing and pushing and making it happen as best we could. Um, Playing with the different prices, putting ourselves in different markets and stuff like that. Um, and, you know, finally, something worked. And we stuck with it and we iterated on it. So um, we've been doing this full time for about 4 or 5 years now. And I believe you. It's also one thing to say, it's another to do it. Yeah. Yep. You got to be willing to start. And if you don't have skin in the game, like money isn't a driving factor. I like it, right? Because it enables you to do stuff. But money is not really a huge thing that I think about when it comes to success or failure. I don't think about it like that. So anyway, I digress. Anybody play video games? Going at it for a little bit there. Hope I wasn't too much for you. Didn't mean to come off that way if that was. Man, okay, I'm back. I wonder what the last thing was that y'all heard. It's a bummer. Yeah, I had people in there in the stream and they didn't say anything about not having any sound.
Well,
All right. Well, I hope that you. Well, I know that the sound is back there. Yeah. I just wonder when it went out. Usually I check it to make sure that it's getting speed. Alrighty. How exciting. How exciting. Let me get this pivoted over here. Zoom. Whoa! That way. You can turn it off. No more audio? Hopefully there's audio. Is there audio? Because we're going to delay this if that's the case. Let me know. Looks like. Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
Could have been a delay from it was off.
What? Can you hear me now? Mic check, mic check. Yep. I just switched it. It looks like it's coming through.
Give him a second to catch up.
Is it back? Because it looks like it's there. See?
I see.
Hello? Oh, man. That is way back. What kind of delay have I got going on now? Look at that. You see that? That should be in the green. Why?
In the rain? I don't know. It's going down.
What?
You play the video games last thing you heard. Oh, it's back.
Okay. Whew. Thank you.
And now be excited again.
Now there's a weird delay.
So we're not going to mess with the internet right now.
Weird. They spent a little while doing that, so I imagine you're going to be like, are you caught up? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to get it anyways. Here we go. I'm going to record anyway. Anywho. So. Anyway, back to excitement. So we ordered ebonite about a month and a half ago, and well, we ordered ebonite about a month and a half ago, and I had talked a little bit about it. And the other thing is, this is for an upcoming project. And very excited about it. So it came. Here it is. You got the. I'm recording, so I'll hopefully get this on video if I really need to, or on, you know what I mean. They're still telling me we got audio. Whoops. Weird how it was delayed. Anyway, so this is going to be for the wood pin project that I've got coming up. This is ebonite from Japan, and we actually put a specific order in as well for custom. So let's take a look at what we got. So you had to order these in meter long rods.
Custom we had to order 3 of.
Yeah, and then the custom you had to order 3 rods. So it's kind of crazy. It's wild that our internet's so bad. It's probably lagging and everything too. I don't know what it is. I think the weather just finally wanted to be like
Maybe.
middle finger here. Dang. All right. Anywho. All right. Here. Excalibur me. Ah. Maybe I should have waited till Christmas. That's cool. What was it delivered through?
Postal service lady
Oh,
came to the door.
cool.
I had to sign for it, and she ran away. I had to run back to her, and then we stood in the lane.
Hi.
Well, she's
Come back.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay,
That's still black.
here we go.
too.
Rods. And smells like tires. So there's your custom
Interesting.
one.
It's very dark colored.
Like a, so I can unbundle it here. Okay, let's see. Alrighty, here we go. This is our bundle of custom ones. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Kevin. It's a real bummer. Not sure why it's that way. I'd have to probably just cut the stream and then try again.
I swear these aren't even the colors I picked.
Well, they would be on the inside.
No, it's supposed to be mostly purple. That is
Purple
not purple.
could be on the inside.
No,
Will you stop saying no? You cannot see inside.
it's green and blue. It's cool. It's like a peacock green.
It's cool.
That's okay. We'll see how it turns and
All
I'll
right.
order more
Sections.
in the right size.
Yeah, these are 14 mil, so a little bit of a bummer, but they'll make good sections and good barrels.
We got black for days.
There is one specific black that is
Pure black.
pure black. And so supposedly the pure black doesn't fade like regular does. So
You could tell the
we'll
difference
have to see.
when you look next to them. Like
Some of them are a little brown looking.
interesting.
It is interesting. Why are you that color?
Anyways, that is cool, but it is not.
Anywho, all right. Well, I'm pretty excited. We'll get a closer look at all of these. So let me switch that right quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta switch to that cam. Whoops. All righty, here we are. Boom. That'll work. So here we are with our ebonite. So I just gotta sort them. Gotta sort them and see how we're gonna end up doing this. Because I have different diameters, and some of them are gonna be for the barrels, some of them are gonna be for the sections, and some of them for the caps. And then obviously we're gonna turn them all down for sleeving purposes. And then the custom one that we got was apparently supposed to be more purple. So there's that. Abby was displeased. But I think it looked pretty cool. Kind of a peacock looking. You can see some green in there. So just have to see what these look like when we get closer. Closer to looking. Anywho, I guess on that note, woman's intuition. Yeah. On that note, we will go ahead and conclude here. Although it looks like it has stabilized. But yeah, going to conclude here. I really appreciate all of you hanging out. Kevin, good to see you as always, my friend. Sean, good to see you, man. Hope your show goes well and you sell out. Oh yeah, and Kevin, you too. You mentioned that you had a show, I thought. And Tommy, I hope you were able to come to a good conclusion, or one that is best for you, man. And then anybody else that I may have missed, I hope that y'all have a wonderful evening, and I will indeed see y'all next time. Have a good one.